Alright, well, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to more Ace Attorney. We are still in Farewell My Turnabout, because why the hell wouldn't we be? And we're about to start Trial Day 2, which is going to be an unmitigated disaster. Such as like... I'm sorry, what? Did I accidentally restart the game? Did I accidentally restart the fucking game? I might have accidentally... No, wait a minute. This isn't exactly... This is slightly different. I think. Oh, okay, yes. I've had this dream before someplace some time ago, as if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Ah, no. Again, technically speaking, he didn't actually kill anyone. He just hired someone to kill, which, again, it's either conspiracy to commit murder or it's, hiring an assassin, which is a completely separate crime from actual murder. Again, technicalities, but we are lawyers, so splitting hairs is what we do. My phone seems to be going off. Beep. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. Hey, you don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? ... Beep. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Grr. Now, listen up. You better get Scotchguard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix. Oh, hey, it's Mia. Maya. How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? ... Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times is when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Oh, good. Phoenix has become a cynic. And is Scotchguard calling my phone again? Arg, it's that accursed Scotchguard again. Beep. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I need it. Gumshoe. Hey, you're really mean, pal. Aha! Gumshoe, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? They let me join in the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Even though I was technically fired. Okay, good for them. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get Scotchguard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. Yes, as in the one for conspiracy to commit murder, not for actually committing murder. Let's make sure we try the right people for the right crimes here. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You's got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. Oh, good, we're stalling. As if this case wasn't fucking long enough as is. Now the last part of it is stalling. Wonderful. I have to make the trial last longer. If yous go at Mr. Lost's Edward with everything yous got, then you two can draw it out. I'm no artist. I really can't draw much of anything. If Dawning was here, maybe she could. Oh, now I get it. I believe in yous, pal. You and Mr. Lost's Edward can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got too, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. Good thing, too, because honestly, Phoenix doesn't have any goddamn money. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in a Didn't we say literally just last week that the only friends Phoenix has are Maya and Pearls? I mean, obviously Mia, but Mia's kind of dead. I only say kind of dead because she does show up like this every once in a while. And by every once in a while, I mean basically every case, because Phoenix is a dum-dum and can't solve cases on his own. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. No, probably not. I would actually be very surprised if I finished this case tonight. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. When's the last time the police have actually come through on? Actually, no. I don't give them enough credit. Gumshoe 100% came through in Turnabout Samurai, saving my ass and Maya's ass when D. Vasquez, another D, by the way, was trying to kill us. Or Mafia abductify us or something. So maybe that's going to be kind of a parallel ending here. We'll see. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Scotchgard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor, because I have to make it sound like I am this great prodigy, despite it really just making me sound like a jackass. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. I don't actually remember what that mystery was. Oh well, it probably wasn't important. Oh, right. The mystery being, what exactly was Ms. Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Lost's Edward, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Scotchgard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I mean, technically, yes, that is why she pled the fifth last time, because in her testimony, she admitted to guilt in forging evidence, not guilt of committing murder. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. Exclamation mark. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Tequila was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Scotchgard. All right, we're done here. Lawson Edgeworth has admitted that the killer was a guy named Shelley Well, okay, I don't think he actually said who the killer's name was, but specifically said that he was killed by an assassin, not by Scotchgard. So, Your Honor, that card, which was evidence presented by the prosecution, proves that my client is innocent of murder. Period. I would like to demand a not guilty verdict now, please. It doesn't matter who the assassin's client is as far as the actual murder charge goes. We can get to who that is in another trial at another time. That's fine. But I would like to demand a not guilty verdict for my client on murder right here, right now. Unfortunately, whatever the fuck legal system this is seems to believe that if you hire someone to kill someone else, that's the same thing as actually committing the murder, which, again, I get it. But legally speaking, and I actually did look this up, at least in U.S. law, they're technically separate crimes. But this system is only the U.S. legal system when it's convenient. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Scotchgard. Well, what a surprising turn of events. Only if you haven't been paying attention, or presumably, like the judge, was not part of the investigation at all. Tisk, tisk. I would think it's become so commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. Do I really? So I know that everything Lawson Edgeworth has said is true. Again, good. Get my client off for murder. That's fine. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. It's going to be an unmitigated disaster. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Lawson Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Sure, mentor my ass. That's not how Scotchgard looks at him. He's still wearing his gold tux. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. I agree. Everyone is always way too hard on Mr. Powers. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just a kind of nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you No, he abso-fucking-lutely did not. He was with me that whole fucking time. Lies. Lies, I say. Perjury. Perjury. Well, actually, no. Technically, the witness hasn't said this yet, but... Objection, Your Honor. Will Powers was with me the entire time and never actually went to Matt Scotchgard's room. He was literally with me the whole damn time. We were together during the ceremony on stage. We had dinner together in the Viola Hall. He was with us after the ceremony while we were waiting for the press conference, and he was there the whole fucking time until it was announced that we couldn't go. Like, he literally went with us to the main lobby so that we could see the after show and the press conference. So no, objection. The prosecuting attorney is stating a falsehood. Will Powers was with me the whole fucking time. There was no point in time that he ever visited the defendant's room. Whatever testimony happens next is abso-fucking-lutely fabricated. And I don't blame Will for this. I blame Lost as Edgeworth. Is this correct? Technically no. And I don't know why you think that you can get away with this, because I was literally with Phoenix Wright the whole time. And he'll probably just say so if I say yes. Yeah, see, Phoenix did not know that. And Phoenix was literally with him the whole fucking time. That is Will Powers, Pig Rider, aka the Steel Samurai, or former Steel Samurai. And he does kind of look like brunette Wolverine in a gold tuxedo. But, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked and go over all of the lines we previously discussed. You are an actor, are you not? You know how to rehearse lines and how to recite them. So please, continue this absolutely bogus testimony, because there is no possible way it could have actually happened. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Scotchgard's room. Never. Case closed. Seriously, Your Honor, I was literally with Will Powers that whole fucking evening. He was the guy who invited me there. He was the reason I was there. So, yeah, he was with me the whole fucking night. He never went to Scotchgard's room. Okay, sure. I guess I'll play along because this is what the game wants me to do. I fucking hate this game sometimes. No, you did not. You abso-fucking-lutely did not. We were with you that whole time. Seriously, this game forgets. I'm hearkening back to the beginning of this game, where I think it was Dawning and Midori were saying that there were rumors that Shu Takumi was drunk the whole time. I think he fucking was. I really think he fucking was. Because, or this case just dragged on so fucking long that he forgot that Will was with Phoenix the whole time after the awards ceremony. So I'll go with it, but honestly, in an actual real world scenario, I could rip this testimony apart by saying, I'm sorry, Your Honor, Will is lying. I was with him that whole fucking night. Or at least at this point in time. He never had a chance and never actually went to go visit Scotchgard's room. But whatever. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. Yeah, it was us. And you never actually left us. You were there with us the whole fucking time. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power. Yeah, it really doesn't. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Scotchguard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. However, as we know from the other bellboy in this series, there is no such thing as an ordinary bellboy. If that one is Superman, then the bellboy Mr. Scotchguard was speaking to was decidedly not just an ordinary bellboy. He might have been a supervillain. What are you implying? Tisk, tisk. Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Yes, cross-examination time. Excuse me, Will, is it not true that I was with you literally the whole fucking time after the awards ceremony, and there was no way in hell? Well, first of all, I was with you the whole time during the awards ceremony, and then I was with you the whole time after the awards ceremony, so there is no time when this could have possibly happened. Looks like we're in another sticky situation. No, we're really fucking not. But the game's not going to acknowledge it. A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? My nose might be slightly congested. But again, it's really not a trap. All I have to do is ask one question. Will has to answer honestly. And if he doesn't, I can bust him because, again, I was there. There's no way Willpower saw this interaction taking place. But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? That sounds about right, yes. Oh, it's going okay, Normans. How are you? I've been streaming for like 20 minutes and I'm already pissed at this game because this testimony is absolute bogus, but the game's not going to let me ask the right question. Objection. I was there the whole time and you did not go anywhere. The defendant's room. Why did you go there? See, it's not letting me say, well, you actually didn't. Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. I mean, being mad with this game absolutely makes sense, yes. Well, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright, I know what you're thinking. I know you're thinking that you were there the whole time and I never actually went to Matt's room. But for the sake of argument, because this game doesn't actually allow you to make that comment, stop harping on it already. Well, what is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? What? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the That is not where I was going with this. Not even fucking close, man. Oh boy. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time. Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with the spoon-fed lines that I gave you. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute! When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Uh-huh. See, Norman's is another one that lost his Edward pisses off. But apparently a lot of people do like Lost as Edgeworth. Which is confusing. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel hammer. Okay, press again. Are you sure that was Matt Scotchgard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing, standing in front of his own room? Yeah, it was the bellboy. Okay, why did you not think it was the bellboy? At first, what do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Or wine, I should say. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal Again, not normal bellboys are normal in this universe. The one we met in the first game is fucking Superman. Like, literally, he is Superman. Okay, fine, that might be my own canon, but still. There are hints to it in the game itself. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. No, that's the trap, you fool. Keep going. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Okay. The broken glasses count is it's probably not necessary at this point, but during the first day of trial, Adrian Andrews was a witness, and part of her breakdown animation is her literally shattering her own glasses. So after about the fourth time or so, it was suggested that I just keep a counter. So I have that counter. I will have that counter until the remainder of this, for the remainder of this case. I suspect it's not going to get used again, but Adrian Andrews did in fact break her glasses 6 times, and quite frankly, that's flabbergasting. I also do like having stupid counters, as is evidenced from my Tears of the Kingdom counter, where I've got my death counter, my lava/fall counter, my concussion counter, and my near-death counter. Those are always fun. Yeah, look, the counters itself are supposed to be funny, but they do at least in some way make sense. Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, he gave the bellboy a tip. Okay, are you suggesting that action stars are stingy? A tip? Yeah, that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch this? So literally nothing is wrong here. Not more than a minute or two, I think. Objection! You never actually left us. So, who are these guests you're talking about? I knew this was the direction it was going to go in, and he's going to say, it was you, you dumbass. You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. Yes. So you see, Your Honor, Will Powers is now testifying that we were there that night, and I will tell you that Will was with us the whole time. He never actually left after the awards ceremony. Done. This testimony is invalid. Please convict Losses Edgeworth for encouraging perjury for like the 87th time. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you, which is why I never actually left in the first place, and this whole encounter never actually happened. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? No, which is how I know it never actually fucking happened. No, he did not. See, I don't remember that happening at all. Maya's always making a racket in her hyper state. But I would have noticed if Will left. He's a big guy. I mean, look, Normans. If Losses Edgeworth is going to be held in contempt for anything, it would have to be from the previous day of trial, where he literally blackmailed Adrian Andrews into testifying, even though it would incriminate herself after she specifically pled the fifth. And yes, that exact terminology was used. So, not only should he be held in contempt, he needs to be disbarred. But okay, they're hand-waving it away, saying Maya was being hyperactive and making a racket, so I wouldn't have noticed the gigantic guy sitting right next to me, standing up and leaving for a couple of minutes. Bullshit! I'm sorry, I had to sneeze there for a moment. What am I supposed to do? Like, what do I present here? What do I even have? Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. I don't know what I'm supposed to... Wait, hold on. Interesting. I wonder if I'm supposed to present John Doe. I don't know. I really do not know. Like, because obviously I'm supposed to present something somewhere. But there's literally, first of all, even assuming any of this actually happened, which I'm still saying it abso-fucking-lutely did not. Even assuming all of it, there is nothing unkosher about anything that happened here. And I'm a Jew, so I would know everything about kosher. I mean, I'm stuck because I don't want to, like, the way that I want to disprove this testimony is I want to go here and I want to present my own testimony that says abso-fucking-lutely not, Will Powers never left. I was his guest and he was with me the whole damn time. Like, that's what I want to do. Because technically, that's the only thing, quote-unquote, wrong with this testimony, which, granted, delegitimizes the whole testimony, but even assuming that's not how we do it, There's nothing wrong with what he saw. Nothing untoward, nothing anything like that. Yeah, I know, but... No, he did not. Again, it's very much trying to get me to present something. But I don't know where and I don't know what. I mean, okay, I'm gonna bite the bullet. I'm gonna go to profiles and I'm gonna present John Doe and ask, was this the guy? That's the direction I'm trying to go in. Watch how the game fucking doesn't let me. No, okay. But there's no contradiction. Like, there's literally no contradiction in this whatsoever. There's nothing important. And there was nowhere else that I can... Still in his nickel... Still in his nickel samurai costume. Except his mask was off. Is there something that contradicts that? I've got no clue. I am absolutely lost here. Because it's none of this. So I don't know what I'm supposed to present. I really don't know. Like, none of this is good evidence. I pressed on everything. I did. There's nothing else I can do just by pressing. All of this is exactly the same. Is this another one of those instances where I have to get through the entire thing twice? Because, again, this would be where I feel like I need to press more, but it's not letting me. Oh, what the fuck? How is this different? Why is this different? Okay. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated. I did feel something weird. I think it was just because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Okay. Could it be that you felt something strange about this tip-giving incident itself? Dut, dut, dut. Yeah, that's it. You really know your job. The fuck? How was I supposed to guess this? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Mr. Lost his Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't a... Judge, a bellboy getting a tip is absolutely not an indication that he's not an ordinary bellboy. I don't know why the fuck we're all jumping to conclusions here. Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Okay, again. Why does this fucking matter? So he gave the bellboy a tip. Exactly? What the fuck is so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. Yeah, so again, nothing strange here, just carry on. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The bellboy's face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy. More like an old Grant. Okay, and? I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuffing in his head would come spilling out. Yes, Phoenix, we saw this exact same quote-unquote bellboy at the hotel. He was there. At Scotch, yes, and he was also at the hotel. We saw him. He was there at Scotchgard's house. He was that butler. How the hell have you not put 2 and 2 together and gotten 5 yet, idiot? Seriously, Phoenix. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Scotchgard was talking with D. Killer then. Yes, and we knew D. Killer had posed as a butler at the hotel. We don't need to tell anybody this, mind you. But we knew this. If that fact were to be exposed, Scotchgard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend. What do you mean pretend? I genuinely know nothing. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? Huh? What did you just say, Your Honor? ... Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. ... I don't think he believes me. So now let's ask about the tip. Because that's kind of what I figured. Bellboy is putting a tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow it all. Yes. Alright, talk about Scotchgard's tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess, which just makes this whole testimony speculation to begin with. Plus, how much is too much is always a subjective thing, especially considering that I refer to myself as a poor penny pincher for several times already. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. Granted, it could have just all been ones. I didn't really see it that clearly. But whatever. A roll of cash? Ooh. So I guess it must have been made out of dough, if it was a roll. I wonder how long it baked for. Ah, well, how interesting, but technically not, strictly speaking, implicating. That certainly was a very generous tip, yes, it was. A very fat roll of cash that can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Objection. That is speculation and a matter of opinion. Sit down. Shut the fuck up. Raise an objection. Objection. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Objection. Are you saying all superstars are super spenders? I'm saying it's a matter of perspective, you jackass. I'm saying what one person considers to be a tip, another person would consider to be their year's salary. Some people are more generous than others. And if Matt Scotchgard is an incredible superstar who has that whole refreshing as a spring breeze thing, he's going to want to be kind to people. So again, sit down, shut up. If I could receive large rolls of cash simply by bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I because you're a jackass and you... Well, first of all, because you were conditioned by Von Karma to do so. And second of all, because you're a jackass who enjoys it. He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So yeah, I mean, he didn't get paid by Maggie Bird. He didn't get paid by Maya Fey. He might not have gotten paid by Loser Fuckface. He's gone like 0 for 3 in this game on being paid, which is great. But again, you don't, first of all, it's a swanky hotel. It's not like you're going to get those fat rolls of cash working at any old hotel, right? This is specifically a swanky hotel and a swanky event for superstars. Most of the time, you probably get like a $2 tip or something. So this whole argument is bullshit. And again, it's 100% subjective, not objective. Hmm. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, which we have no direct evidence of one way or another, again, it is completely subjective, then what was it? A payment, Your Honor! Exclamation mark. Payment? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Isn't it obvious for the murder of Mr. Juan Tequila? Then Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Objection. If the assassin had such a distinguishing feature as a scar that ran down the full length of his face, you'd think he would have been caught by now, unless you're all completely and totally inept and incompetent at your goddamn jobs. Oh wait, you fucking are, which means you're barking up the wrong tree this time. Mic drop. Hold your horses now, Mr. Lost Your Edgeworth. You just, yeah, perfect. See, I win again. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? Yes, you have. In fact, again, this whole testimony, this whole house of cards falls apart as soon as I tell you Will Powers was next to me the whole fucking time. During the awards ceremony, immediately after the awards ceremony, and then going into the lobby for the post-awards ceremony show and news conference. I have here the card Shelley D. Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley D. Killer? Yeah, that doesn't actually prove a goddamn thing. He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. And again, you would think that if he had a distinguishing mark like that scar running down the whole front of his face, we would have been able to find him by now. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley D. Killer, but I still technically have no fucking proof outside of that card, which could have been left by anyone. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. It's always good when things are clicking in people's heads. I'm always discouraged because everybody in this universe is an idiot. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. Yes, you did. You absolutely did, and I can tell you exactly when. You technically saw him, what was it, twice? Phoenix, you know this. He's the one that gave the transceiver to Will Powers to give to you. Stop acting so surprised. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. The second time. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Tequila's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place, even though it's a hotel and bellboys are commonplace there. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. T. Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. Not necessarily. It's still speculation. There's still a logical leap to go from Scotchgard talking to the guy and leaving him a tip, as generous as the tip may or may not be, to him actually hiring him as the assassin. It's not as massive of a leap, mind you, but it is still technically a leap. For all we know, Scotchgard had no idea that the bellboy was really an assassin. Do you have any proof of Scotchgard's intentions? At which point he busts out the camera because I know he knows it was there. How could you forget Will Powers? You're just as bad as Dee Vasquez. Also, hello, little goblin. I'm glad you're here. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain us and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha, fuck you. I know this is no laughing matter. How are you feeling, little goblin? The second time. Press! Bad, of course. Poor little goblin. And what time was that? I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to... You absolutely did not. Again, I refuse to accept their hand wave away that Maya was acting particularly rowdy, so Phoenix wouldn't have noticed the 6'10" giant next to him standing up and getting out of the room. And then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. None of this actually happened. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? I don't know Dawning, but he is huge. Like, he is big. There is no way in hell Phoenix would not have noticed him standing up right next to him. I don't think that it's ever actually specifically said how tall Will Powers is. Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. Again, never actually happened. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you the scar running down his face? All bellboys wear the same uniform. It's never explicitly stated, so he could be 6'10". But you see, well, he had those stitches on his face. Irk. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was... I mean, it makes sense. He was in that hallway. Again, if we are to believe this testimony, which is, again, absolute bullshit, because I was with Will, he never left. Like, he was there with me for the whole award ceremony. We were speaking after the award ceremony. And then he went with us to the lobby, never leaving. But okay, let's assume that this testimony happened the way it did. Okay? Let's assume. Then it means that there was maybe a few minutes difference between when he saw this bellboy talking to Scotchgard and then when this bellboy exited from Tequila's room. In the same hallway. There's still literally nothing suspicious about that. Okay, he's just a bellboy doing bellboy things. And again, let's assume that he was Shelley D. Killer, which I know for a fact he was. There's still no proof that Scotchgard knew that this guy was an assassin. Could have just been that the assassin went into the hallway to do his murder that he was already hired to do, happened to see that Scotchgard was in the hallway, decided to talk to him because didn't want any witnesses around while he was... And, when Scotchgard went back into his room, that's when he went and turned around and committed the murder that he was already contracted to do by someone else. I would make a much, much, much better lawyer than anyone in this fucking game. And I'm not even a lawyer. As for why WP would lie, Dawning, if you remember from last Ace Attorney stream, they originally literally arrested him and took him to the detectives, right, to the precinct, because his face looked suspicious. So basically, they coerced him into lying. They had him lying, or they have him lying on the stand, so that he doesn't get arrested or thrown in jail for some bogus charge. And that's maybe me extrapolating a tiny bit from actual canon. But actual canon says he was taken into the station by the police for being suspicious. And now all of a sudden he's testifying. Okay, that's fair, little goblin, I'm sorry. But as a point of fact from last stream, they took in Will Powers. I mean, yes, but it is a constant thing that's good. So regardless, that would be why he would lie on the stand, because he is basically being coerced to by the cops. And again, that's maybe certainly compared to some of the other stretches of canon that I've done. That's just a teeny tiny stretch or an extrapolation. So I'm sure it was the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Yes, Juan Tequila's room. Press. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right. Words cannot describe how screwed... No, they really... Again, Phoenix, you can't put 2 and 2 together. Right? I put 2 and 2 together and got 5 ages ago. I've gotten like 10 different ways I can get out of this. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Speculation. Phoenix failed math and art school, yes. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Okay, and bellboys help people get their stuff to their room, and then they leave the room empty-handed. Or Juan Tequila is a very bad tipper. Empty-handed. That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart. He wasn't holding a tray either. So he left it there. I mean, first of all, he might have been taking a tray, and he might have left the tray there because sometimes people need the trays in their room. Right? If he served a dinner or served a tomato juice or wine, which he happened to have on his... So here's the other thing, right? When Powers allegedly saw him the first time. He had that tray with the bottle of wine on it. Okay, he was probably just looking to deliver that to Juan Tequila. And he did. So therefore, when he walked out, he would have no tray and no bottle of wine because he delivered it as was requested. Now, is it a little strange for him to have left the tray in that room? Maybe. But sometimes people or guests prefer that you leave the tray in that room. That way, if they have multiple dishes or things like that, they can just stack it on the tray and then leave the tray outside the door. This is something I have seen at hotels from time to time. Now, I always bring in my own food from kosher restaurants, so I never do anything like this, but I have seen people do this at hotels before. Granted, I don't think I've ever been to one quite as swanky as this one, but it still happens. So if the bellboy was walking into the room empty-handed, that would make no sense. If the bellboy comes out of the room empty-handed, that just means he did his fucking job. I mean, technically the other thing he could have been doing, if there wasn't sufficient suitcases to warrant a cart, can't believe there are, I mean, certainly none that I've been to. Well, okay, technically the one in Vegas has it, but I only get meals from them when it's meals that the company that I'm working with, that I work for, is having those meals, right? So they're catered meals for the entire team or catered meals for us and our distributors. So I still need to bring in food. And that's always in like one of the conference rooms, not in my room. Granted, there are usually leftovers that I bring up to my room, but again, that's something I bring up on my own, not something that I call room service for. Now, there are hotels in Israel that have plenty of kosher food, but it's been quite a while since I've been there. Like, the last time I was there was 2008 into 2009. So, fun. But again, nothing strictly speaking suspicious about this. Nothing Will has said has been 100% conclusive or even suspicious for that matter. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? Absolutely not. No. Maybe a tiny bit strange, but certainly not as strange as if he went into the room empty-handed, and certainly not definitively conclusive that he was not a bellboy. Yeah, see, it is not really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed. I love how it's let it slide or try to pull a fast one. I mean, why the fuck not? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. There really isn't. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't. Objection. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Bullshit. I'm sorry, I had to sneeze again. I've given you like 3 different examples of when a bellboy might be empty-handed, leaving the room. Coming into the room is a whole other story. Right? He might be lugging around a bunch of suitcases, then he drops the suitcases off in the room and leaves it empty-handed. He might have brought in something on a tray, or he might have had only a bottle or something that he had to carry. Like, if it's just something that he can carry in his hands, he can leave it in the room and come out empty-handed. You don't always need a cart or a tray. You need a tray if there's more than your 2 hands can carry on its own. You need a cart if there's too much luggage for you to carry. Yeah, no, Loss's Edgeworth is absolutely 100% wrong here, and he's the fucking one trying to pull a fast one. I resent the fact that the game is saying I'm the one pulling a fast one here, because Loss's Edgeworth is clearly the one doing that. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Grr, Loss's Edgeworth. Trying to influence the judge with his stupid fake facts. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I mean, obviously, I fucking know who the bellboy is, and I'm pretty sure Phoenix has at least put that together by now. In fact, I know he has. But still, if this is the house of cards we're building, it is on a goddamn shaky foundation, even excluding the fact that none of this could have possibly ever happened because Will did not actually leave at all during that time, to say nothing of being gone twice. I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes. But yeah, no, Loss's Edgeworth was clearly not staying in a hotel at all when he was gone for a year. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest's room empty-handed. No, again, going into the room empty-handed? Yes. Leaving the room empty-handed? No. And even going into the room empty-handed, there is an argument I could technically make where the bellboy was called in to, like, remove stuff from the room. Like, if there was a tray of garbage or a tray of... But that's generally left towards the maids or the cleaning staff or what have you. At the housekeeping. But there's really nothing suspicious for a bellboy to come out of the guest's room empty-handed. Seems to me that everyone in this game is empty-headed. I'm gonna press, because this is bullshit. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to... Yes, which it is not. Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. I think you mean wine. Wine? What kind of wine was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. We could come up with some reason as to why he would... Because he fucking delivered the tomato juice as was requested. Some extra proof, and I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Sounds like another job for the court record. I'm going to press on this one because I hadn't yet. Hold it. Please don't be so quick to judge. It's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. But one is silent but deadly. The other isn't. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, which we know he was, you used to love tomato and beet juice when you were little. Hello, KR. Good to see ya. Would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know. Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Ah, cheap trick. So, alright, let us present, and I wonder what kind of present I need to do. Could it be the wine glass full of quote-unquote tomato juice? Objection! Mr. Powers, Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, but, yes, I'm implying that there was blood in that glass. Isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and well, Bubba, don't go judging. You're the last person I would have expected to go judging people based on appearances alone. Considering how often you get judged as being suspicious because of how you allegedly look. No, the Lion Man is not a vampire. The vampire was whatever the hell his name was in case one. Yeah, well, Wellington. That's the guy. So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying that all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Gulp. Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? He sounds like me. I mean, I give him a guttural voice because he's a big guy. If I wanted him to be a vampire, I would give him my vampire voice. I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. Oh, I could have presented either the picture or the crime scene. Or, sorry, or the, Oh, yeah, Wellington sounds like beef. He is a bit of a ham. So I probably could have presented the crime scene photo or the glass, but whatever, this works. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Tequila's body. The liquid inside this glass is wine. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone see? See? He would leave the tray behind. I wasn't just bullshitting earlier. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it, or quote-unquote tomato juice. The bellboy had just brought this into Mr. Tequila's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Aha! But as we established earlier, it just looked like Tequila was napping. That's what Adrian Andrews said. When she saw him the first time, she thought he was napping. But, well, A, can you prove that Mr. Tequila was already dead at that time? And B, Adrian Andrews hadn't been in that room yet. We know this because she's the one who put that glass up on the table. And B, well, she's the one who poured the wine and put that glass on the table. And B, she specifically said that when she saw Juan Tequila the first time, she thought he was just napping. Mr. Losses Edgeworth? Yes? I blame you for leading me good about fucking time. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. No, he never is. Losses Edgeworth isn't sorry about a damn thing. What the heck is a Hellman's Mayo X Fortnite? I have no control over the ads on this channel, or, well, which ads show up. And I'm doubting that I have as much control as they say that I have, because I want this to be, or I try to put this as infrequent as possible, but whatever, such is life. The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty, quote-unquote, hand. Ed, the fuck's the difference? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Okay, apparently there's Brazilian mayonnaise in Fortnite now. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. This was about the 87th line you tried to cram into me. And even though I'm an actor, it does take me a little bit of time to come up, to memorize my lines. Now what? That bellboy, he was wearing... And? And? I'm pretty fucking sure the bellboy... Well, I'll have to go back and double check. But I'm pretty fucking sure the bellboy from the first Ace Attorney game was wearing gloves. It could also just very well be part of the goddamn uniform. Did the gloves fit? Probably. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that. Right? How many have you seen? Because I've only seen the one. Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Maybe he cut his hand. Maybe he had a rash. Maybe something. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lags here. So what if he had gloves? Yeah, so what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. And? So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Boy, he really is grasping at straws this time. Go. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Erg. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Phoenix is not defending sports balls. If it ever gets to that point, I refuse. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. What else is there to possibly fucking tell? Their second meeting? After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave some... Well, you just fucking said he was empty-handed. You just fucking said he was empty-handed. Okay, fine, wearing gloves, but he had nothing in his hands. Well, Norman, the witness is absolutely lying through his teeth because I know for a fact, like, again, I, Phoenix Wright, was with him during this whole time. Right? I was with him during the awards ceremony. I was with him in the immediate aftermath of the awards ceremony, and we literally walked together to the hotel lobby to see the post-ceremony show and the news conference, right? The press conference. Unfortunately, that's not the direction that I get to go here. And unfortunately, as far as the game is concerned, he actually is telling the truth. And to be fair, I do know for a fact that the bellboy in question was Shelley D. Killer. Again, if this game was to do what I wanted to do, Phoenix would acknowledge that Shelley D. Killer, in fact, is the killer. And therefore, Matt Scotchgard is not guilty of murder. Boom, I get my not guilty verdict. Because again, Matt did not wield the knife, Matt did not strangle the tequila. So he's not guilty of murder. Shelley D. Killer is. Then D. Killer would return my Maya Faye, my little goblin. And then we would go after Matt Scotchgard for conspiracy to commit murder. That's how it would go down if I was actually in charge of this game. But I'm not. I've got to follow the frickin' story plot. The frickin' pre-dictated plot. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Yes, KR. Shelley D. Killer is a professional assassin. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw all of that by accident. Some accident. I'd say you saw too much. I'd also say it was literally impossible. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers, and how the fuck did professional assassin Shelley D. Killer not notice you? From the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. But please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? Considering the fact that I was talking about baseballs earlier, yes, it does. I think underhanded pitches are illegal. I think they all have to be overhanded. Well, illegal by rules of the game, not illegal as in you will get arrested if you throw an underhanded pitch. What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. Objection. You just said he was empty-handed. I said hold it. You've gone and going to jail and death penalty. That's not how baseball works, Dawning. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Okay. Like, specifically, what did he give him, considering the fact that you specifically said he was empty-handed? Dawning, believe it or not, I actually do know how baseball works to a certain degree. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. I'm pretty sure it's the something that I have to ask about, so I'll ask about the person inside. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off? Oh, actually, I don't know. So, to be fair, we do know Adrian Andrews was in Scotchgard's room. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. Scotchgard's room, correct? Yes, but we know for a fact Adrian had been in there. So it could have only been... Bullshit, Your Honor. It could have only been Mr. Scotchgard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... I'm going to press on this, and then I'm going to press on the next statement. Again, I know I got to circle back and ask about what was dropped off, especially since, again, Will specifically said that he was empty-handed. I don't think that's the direction this game is going to go in, but Jesus fucking Christ, this testimony is full of holes. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Scotchgard's room? He opened the door to the old hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. He went to go kidnap a little goblin. After that, I went to the bathroom and met Lizzie. Hold it! Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? He saw something else? There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. He was watching Juan's door like some kind of stalker. ... Old bag. ... I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Power's testimony just now is as vague as his first. It is a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Yes. Oh, the bag. Talk about a lose-lose situation. Alright, yada yada yada. Press. Okay, that's better. Yes, ask one question at a time, so we'll ask about this something and why you specifically said that the bellboy was empty-handed when he left the room. He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. I do mind, because I know you're going to put a fucking slant on it. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Again, we're still assuming that the bellboy was the assassin, which we technically have no direct evidence of whatsoever. A few coincidences, mind you, but no direct evidence. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... no. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes. If I saw it again, I could say for sure. I think it was some sort of wood statue. Press! A statue? Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. It might have been one of the Thinker. It also might have been a clock. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know. Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. When has that ever gone right? Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? Yada, yada, yada. We've been there already. So, some kind of wooden statue, you say. It must have been this giant stuffed bear. Define unreasonably lucky. Like, I don't think Phoenix is unreasonably lucky. I think he's just a doofus. But yeah, a wooden statue, and they go out of the way to say that this bear is wooden. Okay, yes, technically he is still alive. That makes him unreasonably lucky. Sure, I'll believe that. Considering all the shit he's been through. Have I told you about the time you did not. Actually, you might have, and I might have just forgotten. That sounds fun, though. He should try it again. He only sprains his ankle. Well, it's obvious. Look, you realize we live in a world in the Ace Attorney universe with superpowered beings, right? We've got the bellboy Superman, Pearl is the Flash, and Phoenix must be indestructible, not unreasonable when you have characters like Superman hanging around. And KR, I'm guessing that he quote-unquote sprained his ankle because even Phoenix realized he couldn't hide his secret identity as a superhero if he got out of that completely uninjured, so he just pretended to have a sprained ankle. But again, Donnie, we're talking about a universe that's got Superman in it. So this is not an unreasonable occurrence to happen. It's just that Phoenix must have extreme durability or his bones are extremely tough. Like, again, Norman's, I think, was saying earlier, or no, Pig Rider was saying earlier that Will Powers looks like a brunette Wolverine. Except Wolverine is canonically short, and, well, Will Powers is tall, but... Anyway, it is pretty clear that this wooden bear is what I'm supposed to present. So I will do that after a quick break. Doing Will Powers' voice is a little bit tough on my throat, so I'm going to go grab myself some tea and a lozenge. I will return shortly. Alright, Throat Tamer T acquired. And let's see. Yes, the Cubs are from Chicago, as are the Bears, which is why I've been joking about all these Bears that Juan Tequila gets. The Cubs and the White Sox are our baseball teams. The Bears are our American football team. Then we have the Blackhawks are our hockey team, and they all suck. Anyway, like I said, the obvious thing to do here is present the figurine. Objection. Well, not technically an objection, but dot 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 dot. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. Yes, objection. Look at this cute bear. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Okay. Ew. That was gross. Why did you make me do that, Judge? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Well, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Scotchgard's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. The Shelley B. killer assassinated Juan Tequila in his room. Which means my client is not guilty of murder. Case closed. Move on. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Scotchgard's mansion would mean, objection. Scotchgard never returned home after the event. He was arrested at the hotel, ergo, whoever brought it there was not him. It's just another piece of evidence being used to frame him, Your Honor. It goes without saying, Your Honor. At least that's what I want you to believe. Mr. Matt Scotchgard is the killer's client. Bullshit. Man, I keep getting that strange sneeze. Order. Order. I said order! Well, I would have ordered tea, except I already got myself tea. Oh well. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Objection. Scotchgard literally never went home from the hotel, Your Honor. Yeah. Oh, good. Dawning ate a dinner. That's great news. Sorry, Mia. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend lost his Edworth would have. Yes, he did in fact know about it. Which is surprising because he literally did not present it. I think that it is clear. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. Yes, I have to point out that Scotchgard never went home that night. Has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to... First of all, you know exactly what I'm trying to do, Lost as Edgeworth. Second of all, I am somewhat bamboozled by the fact that this thing ended up in Scotchgard's house when Scotchgard never made it home that night. Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Power's testimony, the person who received the bear itself. I mean, again, so here's my logic on this one, right? If I say the person who received the bear, I mean, he's a very flexible judge, except for when he gave me the infinite penalty thing, which I'm hoping never comes back. But here's my logic, right? If I say it's the person who received the bear, which is what I'm leaning towards here, right? If I say this, it's because the direction that I'm looking to go in is that it clearly wasn't Scotchgard who received the bear because Scotchgard never made it home. I don't think that there's anything wrong with Power's testimony other than what I mentioned earlier, which is that it's 100% bullshit because he was with me the whole time. But the game's not going to let me do that. If I say the person who received the bear, again, I know the direction I would go with it, but I don't think the game would. Like, I think that the game would say, well, the fact that it was found in Scotchgard's house means that the person who received the bear must have been Scotchgard. No. In fact, it means that it literally could not have been. No old bag did. Will literally never left. Anyway, so, again, even though I would point out that the fact that the bear ended up in Scotchgard's house, when Scotchgard, again, went straight from the hotel to the detention center, and that's where he's been ever since, but I would say that means that the person who received the bear absolutely could not have been Scotchgard. I'm betting that the game is just going to conveniently ignore that and say that the person who received the bear must be Scotchgard because the bear ended up in his house. But we still haven't really looked into the bear itself. So I'm guessing for some stupid reason this is important. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. Dun, dun, dun. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Scotchgard's mansion. However, okay. Okay, thank God. Phoenix is not a stupid for once. It's a fucking miracle. It's a goddamn Christmas miracle. Phoenix is not stupid for once. Or I should say it's a goddamn Hanukkah miracle because it's been Christmas is over and it's still Hanukkah. So okay, it's a fucking Hanukkah miracle. Phoenix is not a stupid. However, Mr. Scotchgard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred... Thank you, Phoenix, for not being stupid for once in your goddamn life. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had the chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. Yes, the Hanukkah miracle. It is not possible that it was Mr. Scotchgard who took this bear to his mansion. Yeah, this is the first and last time. Well, that's what makes it a Hanukkah miracle. Well, why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. Thank God. The game actually got to consider one of the points that I thought of. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew, disaster averted. It looked. Objection! You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. What now, you asshole? I remember it clear as day, even though you weren't there. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Scotchgard's mansion. Objection, hearsay. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time he was D-Killer. Shh, I never actually said that. D-Killer and Scotchgard were working together, so to speak. And D-Killer was hiding at Scotchgard Mansion as its butler. Ah, objection. Scotchgard did not seem to realize that he had a butler until I told him he had one. And then he was very confused. Well, what a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Scotchgard Mansion by D-Killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, the Scotchgard had, there was no time for that to happen. As far as I'm aware, Scotchgard barely woke up from his nap before he was arrested. Also, when it looked like he was about to be arrested, Scotchgard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? Yes. I have to try. I have to find something else. No, it's fine. Yes, Snowy. Several objections. Well, what will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to? I plan to expose a clearly shaky piece in Mr. Powers' testimony, okay? But what? There is still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, what questionable point would I like to explore further? Okay, so I didn't get penalized for the bear itself? The person who received the bear? There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and it is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm, it was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear. Yeah, but we know one other person who was wearing a Nickel Samurai costume. Also, how the fuck could you have forgotten when you saw an arm that looked like that? Seriously. Like, okay, you see an arm, like just a standard human arm, fine. But you see an arm that looks like that, you'd fucking remember it. Like, instantly. But again, we know of one other person who was in. Yeah, he's a chill guy, but not smart. Nobody in this fucking universe is smart. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Pounds? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. But again, we know of one other person who was wearing a Nickel Samurai costume, namely Adrian Andrews. Order, order. It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. Maybe I should swap the broken glasses counter for a Phoenix digs his own grave counter. And so the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, yes, but as we also all know, is there something odd about my audio? Nobody else has mentioned that to this point. As we all know, Matt Scotchgard is the Nickel Samurai. Is that better? All right. KR, Normans, anyone else? Like, okay, Dawning says it's better. Snowy, what does the Snowy say? I have said many things. Okay, better. Again, sometimes this headset does goofy shit. I don't know why. But anyway, as I was saying, yes, Matt Scotchgard is the Nickel Samurai, but we know that there was a second costume in the building, and we absolutely know that Adrian Andrews wore that second costume. And was in and out of Scotchgard's room. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassinate. Bullshit! Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Scotchgard. Okay, Maybe. No, this headset does goofy shit. Not this headset is Goofy's shit. Listen carefully, Snowy. But let's say that I agree with this statement, Judge. Guess what? Scotchgard is not guilty of murder. D-Killer is. Anyway, let's continue. ... I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding and for conveniently overlooking the fact that someone else was wearing a nickel samurai outfit that night. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? ... I knew it would turn out this way. If it can sit, it will sit, yes. After all, what Lost as Edgeworth stated is the truth, and again, I came up with a perfectly good compromise that everyone decided not to agree on. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Yes? Raise a fucking objection. Objection! There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Well, again, that's making the leap that the bellboy was the assassin to begin with, but whatever. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Scotchgard Mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. Yes, Adrian Andrews. What are you saying? We need a real lawyer video game. Yes, we do. We absolutely do. What I am saying is it's possible a different person is D-Killer's real client. And we're going back to Adrian Andrews, yes. The real client? Yes. Tisk, is this all you have? ... Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is D-Killer's real client, and therefore... well, no. D-Killer is the real murderer. But... it's Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Scotchgard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel... See, I knew this was going to come up. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw... D-Killer is not the murder weapon. The murder weapon was D-Killer's hands slash Tequila's scarf. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Ms. Andrews. See, this is... Again, Phoenix is actually being smart this time. But what about Mr. Scotchgard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Scotchgard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Ms. Andrews. ... Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? ... I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. That's fine. I have already enumerated the flaws in your logic, jackass. If you can present a half-baked chicken shit case, then I can too. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. There's no direct evidence that supports your claim either, you colossal fuckface. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. Yeah, see, again, because you've got no direct evidence for your situation. Okay, technically I've got none for mine. But both scenarios are equally plausible. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Scotchgard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on to someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's Moida of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Yes, courts are not a discussion forum, Lost as Edgeworth, and I see that, Hydrate. Yum, delicious tea. Remember when Lana Sky confessed? Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Lawson? Yours is equally as much of a... Yours is as equally a what-if game as mine. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. And I'm prepared to stick my finger up your nose. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? Must water the me. This is not my Alpha Sapphire playthrough. Of course I did. D-Killer did especially bring that bear to whoever the hell it was right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? More tea. Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will be crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Ms. Andrews. Fine, even more tea. I wonder who this witness could be. Could it possibly be Adrian Andrews herself? Who knows? Who knows? And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Ms. Adrian Andrews, I predicted it, herself. So maybe we will get more broken glasses. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute, oh god fucking damn it. Prosecution will prepare its witness in that time, probably by shouting at her in German. Radio Man later? What? Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? Wait, so he actually had the idea? No. He didn't, because he was genuinely surprised when I mentioned that, because he was fighting having me as the attorney to begin with, unless he was just messing around with me. But he seemed genuinely surprised by the development that D. Killer wanted me to be his lawyer. Okay, yeah, he's probably pleased with D. Killer's planning. I'm still pissed, but that's fair. But I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Darg, I swear this demon will pay. Yes, but only once little Goblin is back and safe and sound. Need to turn the air conditioning on. That requires getting up, which is effort. Ah, yes, effort is very much not worth it. Hey, Pearl is here. I guess that means Mia is no longer being channeled. Mr. Nick? Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power. Oh, I wonder if it's Maya. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Your firm belief Scotchgard is the only game that... I mean, he might. Yes, that would be kind of funny. Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... Hey, I wonder if it's Gumshoe. It's from Gumshoe. Beep. How's it... Hey, how's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch on to. Phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where D-Killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but, what? We don't have any more time. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Yes, hello, Gumshoe. Have I just run out of luck this time? It's all our hope for naught. A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. But Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300... Oh, she must be in Acro's room. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? Yes, it is in fact it is in fact intent. There was plenty of intent to go around here. There's only one, pal. The very big circus, which for some reason we haven't gotten around to shutting down yet, despite the pedophilia. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. But what? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And... I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the third... Acro's room. Yes, maybe the third floor or so. I hoida, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call yous later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Beep. Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being You do not starve your little goblins. You do not starve your little goblins. This is inexcusable. I am 110% convinced that Shelley D. Killer will be committing suicide after this case is done. And for some reason, he will choose a particularly painful method for his suicide. Do the thing is for something completely different. Do the thing is to get me to say something. So I'll say hydrate, and I'll say hydrate again. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? Oh, I'm furious. I am absolutely furious. Don't worry, though, I am continuously hydrating myself. But you two are troublemakers. And I really, I will make sure that I drink enough water, I promise. Water and tea. I just don't want to drink too much before I go to bed. It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this, I just have to make it a little longer. Yes, yes, Dawning, I love you too. Oh, that wasn't where recess was. Interesting. I thought that would be where recess was. Or, not recess, the break point. I guess I'm still not even close. No, I'm furious because a little goblin is being starved. You do not starve your little goblins. You don't. It's just a principle of the thing. Court will now reconvene. D. Killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? Dawning had dinner. I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit, even though we already know the real culprit's name, which is Shelley D. Killer. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Back again, huh? Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. ... However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. It's Shelley D. Killer, you fucking shit for brains. Goose probably also already had dinner. But I do make sure to leave diamond snacks for both of you on a regular basis. And yes, is counsel going to actually ask a fucking question? I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Ms. Andrews? Of course I have. Okay. You have seen it before. That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Ah, yes, he's gonna pull some kind of bullshit explanation out of his ass. Ms. Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? He's still guilty of murder. Like, again, so here's the thing, right? I specifically looked this up And according to the U.S. law, the person who actually pulls the trigger, be they assassin or whoever, or just some schmo in the street, is the one guilty of murder because they are actually the one killing the other individual. Someone who hires an assassin, there is a completely separate crime that person would be guilty of. Either conspiracy to commit murder, or I think in some cases it's actually literally called hiring an assassin. Now, granted, I don't know what the fuck legal system this is, but there's only one instance where pleading the fifth makes any sense. That's specifically referring to the United States Constitution's Fifth Amendment. So again, technically the one who committed the murder is Shelley D. Killer. Yeah, I know well, if we were in a kangaroo court, we'd be in the Australian court system. In which case, Snowy, I need your opinion on this. Snowy, what does Australian law say about hiring assassins? Does that make you guilty of murder? Or guilty of conspiracy to commit a murder? Or something like that? We will figure this out at some point. Question mark. 1 out of 10, not enough wigs. Do they wear wigs in Australian court? I think they do in British court. But the Brits do a bunch of silly things. I mean, look, I think technically speaking, you'd be able to find the person who hired the assassin to be guilty of murder as well. But in this case, I'm splitting the difference. Because again, I don't want Scotchgard to go free. But all I need to do is get him a not guilty for the murder verdict. Then Shelley will allegedly let Maya go. He commits suicide. And then we smashed, or we get Scotchgard. We get Scotchgard for conspiracy to commit murder, so he at least goes to jail for the rest of his life. Maybe he doesn't get the death penalty, but still. Anyway, Ms. Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why does she... That's an excellent question. The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. And how the fuck does she know this? Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So, how the fuck do you know that? So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, just like I thought that Thinker statue was a statue, not a clock. Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Yes, I knew there would be. But again, the question is, how does she know that? And she does know the correct order. So this is going to be where I continue to push her as being guilty of murder, which I still feel rotten about, but whatever. All right. How do you know that? A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece. Okay. So you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in. Dot, dot, dot. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh! Oh, this is most interesting. Oh, the judge is amused by a puzzle. How adorable. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Dot 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 dot. Oh! Don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? At its center is a small cavity with just enough room. And what was that small item? And how do you know about this? This is an excellent question. I know because I was the one who bought it. Aha! Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear. So I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Ms. Andrews. That's very suspicious. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. You want lunch? We I mean, Snowy, you need food. I know it's little goblins that shouldn't be starved, but technically nobody should be starved, so go get yourself some food. Press. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us. So what the fuck use would that puzzle have been to either D-Killer or to Scotchguard? It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt that there are many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it is a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told any. So you realize that this is just making her look really, really bad. Because apparently not even Juan knew. Oh, okay. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Scotchguard didn't know, right? Mr. Tequila sure as fuck wouldn't tell him. Especially if that's where he was keeping some big secret about him in. Dot dot dot. I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. A wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Tequila and Andrews knew how to open it. Lost Edgeworth, you realize you fucking buried yourself, right? Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that you shot yourself in the foot? Another fucking Hanukkah miracle? You literally trapped yourself? That there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually yes, and how the fuck does this help you? It doesn't. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? Well, I mean, yes, that is an obvious question. But the more obvious question is, why the fuck would Matt Scotchguard take the bear if he didn't know there was anything hidden inside it? or that anything could be hidden inside it, or even if he did, he wouldn't know how to open it. What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. It's another fucking Hanukkah miracle. Lostis Edgeworth is shooting himself in the foot. Okay. If I want to be generous, I can say that he's deliberately shooting himself in the foot because he knows that I have to stall for time until Maya gets rescued. If I'm being generous. Am I inclined to be generous? Fuck no. Because he sure as hell wouldn't be with me. And it seemed earlier very much like he was trying to finish this trial as quickly as possible, literally glossing over the fact that Adrian Andrews had dressed, like, he literally said, Matt Scotchgard is the Nickel Samurai, as if we hadn't just been over the fact that there was a second Nickel Samurai suit that Adrian Andrews wore. So I'm not incredibly inclined to be generous to him, but it is a thought. You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Ms. Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Click. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what this is. Do we, Mr. Wright? ... It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Tequila's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Tequila himself, which gives who motive? Adrian Andrews, because she specifically said she wanted to find the note and destroy it. But to be fair, she found the note and ended up presenting it to court. Not the brightest move. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely... Who the fuck signs their suicide note? Well, maybe some people. I would know, I've never written one. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. I'm taking notes because I'm going to need to have one of these fabricated for dekill. I mean, never mind. Order. Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. Aha. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. No, I certainly won't be writing one on someone else's behalf. No. Again, don't ask how I know D-Killer is about to commit suicide. Because it had already been taken by D-Killer. Everything is... no, it really isn't. There's a fucking glaring hole in everything Lostis Edgeworth is saying. Everything is going at Mr. Lostis Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? No shit, what's written on the note? That's right, at least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate that the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? You're the one who literally fucking gave it to him. I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I cannot allow you to persuade me to stop. Would this 2x4 to the side of the head, to the side of your head, persuade you to stop? Anyway, Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Scotchgard. About being engaged to Tequila and Scotchgard's role in destroying that. About how she decided in her despair to end it all. ... And that's all Ms. Impax had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Scotchgard, just of accusing him of murder. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Yes, I knew that was where he was going. Here's the problem, fuckface. You conclusively proved with your witness's testimony that he would have had no way of knowing that the note was in the bear. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt Scotchgard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. Ah, but your witness also confessed or testified that she too wanted to prevent the note from being made public and was going to burn it. So once again, fuckface, we have two different possibilities, two different motives, both of which are just as likely, and only one of which actually has evidence to support it. That evidence being the fucking bear itself, because only Tequila and Andrews know how to open it. So, while what you're saying is technically a possibility, it is a possibility without direct evidence. And what I'm suggesting as far as my possibility goes, because again, Adrian's motive is exactly the same. She wanted to take the note and burn it. She literally just said so. And my direct evidence to support this is that the only people who knew how to open that bear, or even that the bear was a container at all, were Tequila, who's dead, and Andrews. Andrews said she didn't tell Scotchgard, and Carita sure as fuck wouldn't tell Scotchgard, especially if he was keeping this dark secret in there. So, you lose. At any cost. Celeste's suicide note added to the court record, found inside the figurine, Tales of Scotchgard's horrible misdeeds. It's Scotchgard's fault that that woman killed herself. And this time he even went as far as to kill someone to stop someone from... How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slime lawyers out there who'll defend these creeps too. There is no, there's plenty of room for doubt here, you goddamned jackass. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. D-Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. Yes, but again, who else wanted that suicide note to prevent it from going public? Adrian Andrews. Who knew where the note was stashed? Adrian Andrews. Who knew how to obtain the note from where it was stashed? Adrian Andrews. And the only person who needed this note... Bullshit! I'm sorry, I keep getting that same sneeze. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. Despite the fact that, again, I proved that the defendant himself could not have brought it there, and despite the fact that, again, Adrian Andrews could have also planted it there. Though, why she wouldn't have removed the note is anybody's guess, but whatever. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. I have evidence, Your Honor. Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way... Yeah, I know this. Gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry. Oh, figurine. Objection. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh, man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't get care. He's just trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Tequila. At the request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. D-Killer's client was Matt Scotchgard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. ... You can't tell just by looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Scotchgard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh! I didn't think of it that... Well, this is why I'm here, to actually have the brain cell. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there is no reason why Mr. Scotchgard would ever want a jewelry box like this, or even know that it was a jewelry box to begin with. Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, what is your opinion? ... It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. What a smug jackass. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon himself. Now what? I would like to direct the court's attention to this. So he can't win on this fucking argument, so now he's going with the camera. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought the spy camera was in... Yeah, it was in my possession, so how the fuck did he get that? Matt Scotchgard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Tequila, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Scotchgard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. You... Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well... sort of? Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in that stuffed bear's eye. Let me guess. You bought a duplicate camera and used it to bluff the shit out of everyone. Exclamation mark. But this camera that I have... Yeah, uh-huh. You fucking jackass. This camera I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. God, he is clumsy. Matt Scotchgard's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Scotchgard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shush, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? Well, he didn't add anything to the court record, did he? This might be one time that the game is actually one step ahead of me. What I'm going to do next is running away like a frightened child work. I know it seems like Mr. Losses Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case. But, in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he should really investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Not just yet. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? Of course I do. It's probably the suicide note. What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked into, or should I let it go? Present evidence? I have an objection, Your Honor. Tisk, tisk. Humph, that was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection, Your Honor. The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. Huh? In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what... Yeah, he always copies Mia's lines when he's bluffing. Isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Losses Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. I'm gonna go on a hunch and say the suicide note, because he literally did not have a chance to investigate it. That is Ms. Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? Exclamation mark? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but the bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Ms. Impacts or not, that has yet to even be remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying that this suicide note is a fake? Ms. Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Scotchguard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Objection! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. Objection. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Oh ho! Yay! Yay! I got to up the counter. Ms. Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Scotchguard. I did no such thing. Objection. Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Objection. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. He sucks. That's enough. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. Huzzah! A victory for me. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will Yeah, no, because she is not being fed. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Scotchguard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. Shut up, Peanut Gallery. Nobody asked you. Hi? What is that sound? Yes, little goblins need water too. It's Gumshoe. Beep. Hello? Gumshoe? What is with him? And what's with that side? Where's Maya? What happened to D-Killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some ways to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal. Don't yous worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty, 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 guilty. Again, it doesn't matter what the fuck these idiots think. It really doesn't. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't, for us to come this far and, Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Lost as Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after... Hold on, Your Honor. Lost as Edgeworth. Catch. Take that! He throws his phone. Mr. Lost as Edgeworth. ... Please, you gotta buy us some more time. ... The court is in session. And he just hangs up the phone like a jackass. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying... Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Oh, I thought it was a food court. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Okay. Objection! Please wait, Your Honor. Lost as Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? Hello, Luna. Glad to see you, and, hello there. I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvened tomorrow? Now, Funny Silly Radio Man. I don't know? I don't know who Funny Silly Radio Man is. 30 minutes, Your Honor. Please, that's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. ... Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Radio Man testimony is very important. Right, well, what's going on with the Maya situation? D-Killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Ugh. Hey, he must have thrown my... Oh no, Lost as Edgeworth still has it. Report! Is that Mr. Lost as Edgeworth? We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But D-Killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh ho ho! I thought you'd ask, pal. Question mark? I've got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped this stuff and ran. What? I mean, technically, he isn't a fucking detective at this point, so he doesn't give a shit. Well, yeah, see? I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't you worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every... This is not gonna end well. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. No, that is not safe, and I guess there was an earthquake. Hey! Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. ... Yeah, that was probably a crash. No one can stop me. Uh-oh. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where... Yes, we do. He's somewhere between the Big Berry Circus and this courtroom. Probably. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? I hope he's fucking okay! Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this... Wait a minute. He's being tracked by an 18-year-old girl, isn't he? That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. It's probably Profiles and Von Karma. Why are you bringing up Franziska at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Yeah, Franziska, an 18-year-old girl, is tracking a 33-year-old man. Franziska. Will she even want to help us? Lost as Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone. Well, that's a bunch of baloney, so... ... I know my client is guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, not technically murder. But what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. ... It might be my turn to say, defense attorney... Oh, good. Fun! Character development in the negative way for Phoenix. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth, or is Prosecutor Lost his Edgeworth here? Yes, Bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. I have to fucking buy time. To be continued. Oy vey. Well, I've still got about an hour, so let's just dive headfirst into this goddamned mess. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? No, Your Honor, I've been taking a nap. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, he doesn't look happy either. Yes, Your Honor. ... I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth? That is... it's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Lost as Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened. Wait. Holy fucking shit, was that note actually a fake? I admit I did not expect that. Now then, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Ms. Inpax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered... Okay. I really did not expect that, but sure. We have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. Wait, what? What do you mean, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Inpax herself. It is a fake. Well. Order. Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Ms. Inpax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appeared... Excuse me? It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Tequila. Mr. Tequila? Well. So, Tequila forged the evidence against Scotchgard. And then was going to present that during the press conference, but it looks like Ms. Inpax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Scotchgard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Scotchgard could not have known that, and so I think the facts, not that facts. Bad grammar over there. And so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that Scotchgard has no idea that the suicide note was a fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Present evidence? The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. Testimony? Okay. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Scotchgard to not have known it was a fake. I'm gonna go with the spy camera. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Haha, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Scotchgard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? ... exclamation mark. If that were true, then this means Mr. Scotchgard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Heck! So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake, and the one person who wouldn't know would have been Adrian Andrews, who also had motive to get the note because she said she wanted to burn it. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly so, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Scotchgard's motive for murder was. It has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Scotchgard monitored Mr. Tequila 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Scotchgard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Losses Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Also, if he did that, he probably would have put the note in the bear in that unknown place. Good. Order, order, order. Mr. Losses Edgeworth. It looks like this time... It's about fucking time. And it's really ironic that, like, he dug his own fucking grave when I know I'm lying through my teeth. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured. It came down to this after all. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. As usual. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Scotchgard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Radio Man? Radio Man? Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh? Well, that's fine. However, this witness... An unusual... As if Old Bag isn't unusual. As if Cody Hackins wasn't unusual. As if Morgan Fay wasn't unusual. As if Wellington wasn't unusual. As if Mo the Clown or Trillo the fucking dummy wasn't unusual. Whatever. This witness is a little unusual. Losses Edgeworth stuttering. This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Losses Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley D. Killer to commit murder. Okay. That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists. Well... No. Two such people exist. One is the person who hired him, and two is D. Killer himself. No such person exists that can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Lost is Edgeworth. Who is this witness? It's... Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley D. What? Hold on. Two things. One, if Shelley D. Killer were to set foot in this court, he would immediately be arrested for murder. Because again, whether he's just an assassin or whether he just shoots people for the fun of it or whatever, he still killed people. Second of all, Lost as Edgeworth can't possibly believe, after all that D. Killer has done, that D. Killer is actually going to turn on his client. Is this a potential ploy to distract Shelley D. Killer so that the police can find him? I think I'm being too generous, but whatever. The man himself, Mr. Shelley D. Killer. Oh, Mr. D. Killer. ... Wait, whoa, wait a minute, Shelley D. Killer? Yeah, perfectly logical. You mean the killer, or, I mean, the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this all right with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Do I need to drag this trial out? No, I do not. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is all right. You're the fucking judge, man. Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Lost as Edgeworth. Is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Ah. That is one giant-ass radio. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley D. Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say! Well, what is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. D. Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about, not about the handwriting analysis. Interesting. Oh, no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure that this is really Mr. D. Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley D. Killer. I understand. Please, wait a second. Question mark? Maya. I'm so hungry. Maya, a voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley D. Killer. Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. These are so common that we might as well consider them expected. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be, sir? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Tequila. Is this correct? ... It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Tequila. Your Honor, my client is not guilty. We have the testimony of Shelley D. Killer, who says that he killed Mr. Tequila. Case closed. I win. Gulp. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well, sir. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Oh, hello, Franziska von Karma. Welcome. I'm glad to see you. Though I don't know why you left your whip at home, but that's fine by me. Shelley D. Killer. What is he going to say? About my client. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I'm here today, on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Okay. Mr. D. Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. Tisk, tisk. Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. D. Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Sure, why the heck not? There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. I always do. Push all of the buttons. Hold it! We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? ... Is it? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. Well, now everybody fucking knows your face. Because that frickin' scar. And yes, I'm badgering the witness. I do that. I did graduate from UW-Madison, after all. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the D. Killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before. But if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for... Oh! Oh. I see exactly where this is going. I'm going to turn D-Killer against Scotchguard using Scotchguard's video as insurance. Like his Scotchguard's black... Yeah. I see exactly where this is going. Okay. It's going to take a while to get there because this game can't do anything quickly, and I just make it worse by being a blathering moron. But I see where this is going. I see the path. I see the end of this case in sight. They would certainly... That's enough. Please, no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. Alright. Press again. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass. Okay, so he's actually gonna go and blame Adrian, isn't he? This is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You, who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? Ah, no, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my... Okay. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Spit it out already. Heard that egomaniacal... It's not good for your health to be so aggravated, and it's probably not good for your little goblin's health either, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. Jesus Christ, he's fucking threatening everyone. I don't really care about this extra fluff, all this extra fluff. Just tell us the goddamn name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try to understand his mindset. Yes! No, understanding his mindset is very, very, very important. Like, we learned two incredibly important things from this testimony. We did. Number one, the trust has to go both ways, right? If the client breaks D-Killer's trust, or if the client acts outside of their quote-unquote prescribed role, which is literally just the person who gives him money and tries to do, like, whatever, but D-Killer will turn on them. And D-Killer also doesn't want his face to become well known. So Scotchguard having that recording of the murder is 100% going to turn D-Killer against him. Yes, a client who breaks the trust should... So I know exactly how this is going to go. Like, I at some point down the line, I'm going to present the video or whatever to Shelly D-Killer, or, well, I guess we don't have a video, but whatever. The camera or something to Shelly D-Killer, proving that Scotchguard betrayed him. D-Killer will give me back my little goblin. And then I'm free to do whatever the fuck I want. patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important. Yes, he seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Wait. I have to present something to him on this? What the hell do I have to present to him on this? Alright, let me just try because this was the thing last time where apparently I had to press on something, like, which is ridiculous. Yes, yes, yes. Right. I'm sorry, but oh, okay. It's a second one where you fucking have to press in a stupid order. That happened earlier, which was how I got my only fucking penalty for today. I hate this. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already, quote, broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Press again. Okay. Ah, okay. Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client. Don't you agree? Yes, and I already see the direction he's going. He's going towards Adrian Andrews. I'm surprised Losses Edgeworth doesn't see this. All things considered. Dot, dot, dot. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Tequila? That person's name is... Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Adrian Andrews. What? Objection. Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Dot, 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 exclamation mark. Oh ho! Tampering with evidence again, are we? Lost his Edgeworth? Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? Well, Lost his Edgeworth got double-crossed. This can't be on the phone earlier. Yeah, well, what's going on here? My guess is that Mr. D. Killer, yep, just stabbed Mr. Loss's Edgeworth in the back. Not literally. I wouldn't have minded literally, but it's still funny. stabbed Losses Edgeworth in the back. I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. D. Killer told him a different name. Matt Scotchgard, perhaps? I knew it. Objection! This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. What are you gonna do, fucking convict him for perjury? But you were the one who summoned this witness. Gurk. You, Shelley D. Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Scotchgard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. I mean, I know perjury doesn't exist in this universe in any meaningful way. It really doesn't. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility that the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. D. Killer's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Scotchgard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Beep. Bailiff, please bring Ms. Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Scotchgard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Losses Edgeworth is right. D. Killer is lying. And Scotchgard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? It's only happened, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 times now? Yeah, who would have thunk it? And that's just the ones that I managed to actually get convicted of murder. Technically, I think most of the witnesses turn on the... Well, okay, fine. Most of the time they don't do it on purpose, I suppose. Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley D. Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Ms. Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he is the reason Celeste died, and Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. ... But Mr. D. Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai costume, but that's... You even have a motive. We know that Ms. Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. I know. Mr. Wright. You rang? You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Well, we heard from D. Killer's testimony that, in fact, he is the real killer. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. What's up, Your Honor? I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Look, if it was up to me, then I would request the verdict. Scotchgard would be found innocent of murder. Adrian Andrews would be put in jail, but I would be her defense attorney for free. And then once D. Killer conveniently committed suicide and left a note detailing every single thing that he did, including the kidnapping of the goblin and all of that, and then pointing to Scotchgard as his actual client, then the charges against Adrian would be dropped, and we'd be able to try Scotchgard for conspiracy to commit murder. No double jeopardy here. The game is not going to let me do that. I feel like this is a fake choice, but I'm not going to be a jackass. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Scotchgard is a killer, a murderer. I can't. I figured it was a fake choice, but I wanted you to see that I am actually not an asshole. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Ms. Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Scotchgard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of losses. Is it? Well, okay, I suppose it partially is. He could have gotten Scotchgard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his... Huh, Phoenix is actually a decent guy. Yes, Phoenix, I know how this is gonna go. I figured this out ages ago, by the way. I never thought about it until... Yes! Wait, that's not the direction I thought this was going. No, I thought you were going to finally cotton on to the fact that if we can break the trust between D. Killer and Scotchgard, everything would turn out okay. And Dawning, I am not an asshole. Except for when I am. Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. D. Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. It's a large caveat. Not really, but that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through the witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. ... Exclamation mark? There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle, oh good miracle. Or should I say, me-ricle? But it is time for the Hanukkah miracles. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. D. Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you possibly need from me, sir? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done. But what shall we have him testify about now? How he got hired? Mr. D. Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Hello, Jack Boy. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? About my client, part 2. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of a crime. I'm glad you like my voice. I do silly voices in this one. So I try to do a silly voice for Losses Edgeworth. I mean, Phoenix, the judge, and Mia are all my usual voice. D. Killer, I'm trying to give a more... Well, I'm doing a shit job at it, but I'm trying to give a kind of higher brow accent to. And then if I do get to voice my client, you'll get to hear my stupid Scottish accent. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Tequila was dead. Well, so, okay. Little backstory for you, because I don't think you've been hanging out at one of my Ace Attorney streams before. So, any character in Ace Attorney, or quite frankly in general, that dares to try to have the same initials as me, namely M.E., I refuse to accept and I changed their name. Hence, Miles Edgeworth became Kilometers Lost His Edgeworth. And then my client in this case, his canon name is Matt OnGuard, but I changed it to Matt Scotchguard. And since his name is Matt Scotchguard, I gave him a Scottish accent. But then it didn't feel right having him be Scotchguard and not changing the defendant or the victim's name, so I now call the victim Juan Tequila. That way I can talk about Juan Tequila and then his brothers, 2 Tequila, 3 Tequila, and Floor. So again, I've said this many times on stream before, but I will mention it every time someone new shows up because I have to. Like, it's just, otherwise it's going to be confusing as to why I'm not reading what's on the screen. Anyway, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Tequila was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. Yes, Floor was disowned for not being able to hold his liquor. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, fifth time? Yes, Judge. You'd think that we'd learn to expect the unexpected here. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. Objection! Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Losses Edgeworth, we still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need us to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? ... Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What has this witness said? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial. Uh-oh. Ow! That hurt. Well, thank you for the bits, and I do love the Henry Stickmin. Yes. Oh, God. If I hadn't played all of those games already, I would stream them on this channel, but since I already kind of know how the games go, but I absolutely love Henry Stickmin. No, that's fine. My ears are fine. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on. Neither do I, Judge. Neither do I. Yes, poor Charles, but only in one continuity. And in that continuity, he finally got to ram into something, and it actually was beneficial. I cried too, Jack. I really did. No, there is no shame in admitting that you cried when Charles died. The man is a goddamn hero. And I will always quote him. I will always quote him whenever I have a plan. I say, "This is the greatest plan." Because it usually is. As I've already stated a few times. Okay. He is one of the most quotable people from Henry Stick, and that's, to be fair, that's saying something. Not that the main protagonist says much, but still. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. It's stupid. Look, that's Henry Stickmin, and that's kind of me to a T. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes. How much is your fee? ... I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. Heck, no. I'm not thinking of hiring... Mr. Wright. Yes. You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? No. What? Why would you think something like that? You're on guilty. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you're hereby declared guilty. ... Witness, let's continue. I fucking love this game. I really do. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? Hold it. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. Dot dot dot. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at... You know what? That's not untrue. Like, he literally would not have a job if he couldn't overlook that. And again, with the last name like D Killer, it's not really like he had much of a choice as to what job to go into. Ah, yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you, though I don't think having a CPA named D Killer, or a burger flipper at McDonald's called D Killer, or a car mechanic named D Killer would go over very well. However, I will say this, even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the really guilty party. That's a sad one. Like, crying dogs are not good. That goes without saying, Mr. D-Kill. No. No. Okay, yes, your client is the one who orders someone else to be killed, but you are technically the one who kills. You are technically the one that commits the murder. So you are, look, at the absolute very least, you are at least as guilty as they are. At least. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. My client did it to frame another for the... Oh yes, Keep pressing. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Of course with the card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body, yes. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for... Yes, you plan for your alibi, too. No, I already told you, I have no intention of using your services, ever. ... Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? Press. From the very beginning. That is correct, from before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. ... question mark? So I think I know what I have to present on that, but I always press on everything first. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Scotchcard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them, it is my duty. To train them is my cause. Pokemon, gotta catch it. Wait. It's not even close to correct. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. And that's all you have to testify. Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again. As in you plan to continue. I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Welcome back, Jack. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Ooh, go from being Phoenix Wright to Phoenix Noodleman to Phoenix D. Killer. Interesting. Excuse me. No. I'm fine, really. ... Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. It's true, however, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confoozled. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. So it's this one that I have to present something on. And what is it that I have to present? It might be the glass. It might be the glass, because again, what the glass proves is that she really didn't seem to be acting. Yes, 7 glasses have been broken, or more accurately, Adrian has broken 7 glasses. Let me present the glass and see where this goes. Objection? Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. D. Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Tequila had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. D. Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Tequila had only fainted. Yes, you are red now. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. Isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point, Mr. Losses Edgeworth. What is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the exact same thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Tequila's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. Dot dot dot. How strange. Yes? Why is it that your attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Exclamation mark. Phoenix. If D-Killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Objection. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without evidence. Or without any evidence. Sorry. Dot dot dot. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us some more time. While we wait for the... Man, how long is this going to frickin' take? I just know the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step toward building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Alright. I think... Well, actually, that's a lie. I don't think it makes my head catch on fire. But I'm pretty sure this is the contradiction. Because if memory serves, the press conference was only set up, like, literally the day before. Like, the news conference was literally set up only the day before the ceremony. Like, maybe even half a day before. So Adrian didn't know about any of this until half a day before. I'm going to press anyway, because I always do. 1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Yes, a specific date and time. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. Press? Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all of the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Let's press further. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was for the bear. Or I'm sure it was all for the bear. Good night, Jack. I don't think I'll be streaming for much longer. I am technically 10 minutes beyond where I would normally end for the night. But I do want to get to a stopping point. So I want to get to a point where we've stopped stalling and we finally get the items in question. Hope I win. Well, in this case, I kind of hope I lose, but losing is winning. My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Tequila's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. He must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Sure. The testimony just now has made one thing clear. And that is, the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. Certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. Press. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Dot, dot, dot. Of course I did. What was that? What was your brief with the press further? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. Yeah, they are really, really hammering this. Like, they are really, really, really hammering this particular nail home. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It's always important. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. D. Killer admitted his client before the murder, then it is... You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Now then, would the witness please continue? Oh boy. Press again. So your client was Adrian Andrews. Can you describe her? That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. If they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Dot, dot, dot. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his... Yeah, this is a very, very tight rope. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. Okay, let me see. So, again, my thoughts on this one is the news conference, right? I hate how the buttons work here. The press conference ticket. That this was only set up like a day or so before, and Adrian had no idea about it in advance. Oh. Well, fine. I don't know what more there is to press on. Like, seriously, is this another one of those instances? Like, I pressed on this. Right. Yes. We know this. I literally did this before. I said it was important before, and I got shut down, so not important? Okay. So press again. Press further. Uh-huh. Not important, maybe? Oh, stop sidestepping my questions. Okay. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. It was only through talking with... Oh. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. This was incredibly important. If I heard what I think I just heard, what I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as my client. Now, I'm not sure if this is a press or if this is a present Adrian Andrews as woman, but I will always press first. But as we now know, that is not how it turned out, right? Or correct? Well, what do you mean? Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes. I suppose you are correct. So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? Okay, yeah, no. I figured it was present, but I wanted to get extra dialogue. I did not mean to do that. I meant to go straight to profiles, and I didn't. I misclicked. That was my fault. Present. Profiles. Adrian Andrews. Objection. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at the bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley D. Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Exclamation mark. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up about her. So what is the issue? Oops. What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Ooh. Well, that radio died. So I guess we don't have a way of contacting D. Killer anymore. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Actually, the meaning of this is I'm adding a new counter. Right about there should do it. Perfect. Let me make that a wee bit smaller. Ta-da! A brand new counter. It may not happen ever again, but we're having fun here. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. He always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. He has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. D. Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. The radio is sweating. Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Similar to, yes, sweating oil no less, similar to Shelley D. Killer. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. D. Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley D. Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more. Yes, but we need the time, Phoenix. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. It's not like we're going to be able to penalize you at all for perjuring yourself, but whatever. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having... No? The request was for the murder of Juan Tequila and 2 or 3 other... Oh, so you wanted them to kill 1 tequila and 2 tequila or 3 tequila as well. I see. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter, despite the fact that you literally said, like, not 2 seconds ago, you don't do that. No, he did mention something about a letter in his earlier testimony, namely that he never took requests from letters or phone calls. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across... What? What? First of all, why isn't Lost as Edgeworth throwing the punches? I guess it's because I technically have to, because it's a cross-examination. I hope this is the last one that I have to do tonight. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail, press. Didn't you just say you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Mindlessly yelling is how we do everything around here. Court record. Do I have any proof that he met with his client? Not yet, I don't think. Yeah, no. I don't have any proof at this time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is just the nature of right and wrong. No. And why could you not meet with certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities! On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times, and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a specific insulated envelope? Oh, God, Judge. I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is commonly referred to as e-mail. The email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... Alright, why was he looking to kill 2 and 3 tequila? That's the question. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do... Welcome back, Snowy. I should not still be streaming, but I am. A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Well, okay, this is probably the game's way of warning me that I should let it go. Yeah, okay. Okay, thought your client to be a man. Saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once. ... I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Okay. So... Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. The nickel samurai mask. Yep. What do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? No objections? I think I can pull something out of what he just said. It would be really bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. No problems with... Okay. It's exactly what's so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying D-Killer's life. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation this will put us in. Oh yeah, all I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Interesting. Well, I tell y'all what, I'm tired, and I don't know how much longer this stupid case is gonna go. So I'm probably just gonna save things off here. And end things off for the day. I am also streaming for I'm also streaming back on this channel in 8.5 hours, so I really need to get to bed. So, speaking thereof, let's actually start wrapping things up. I was hoping to at least get to the point where Franziska showed up with some items, but alas, that is not a thing. If you only caught part of the VOD, then you can catch my entire stream and all of my other content on my YouTube channel over there. If you would like to watch me live on Twitch, my Twitch channel is over there. Normally, I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 8:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time or 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. I will not be going live on Wednesday this week, at least not on this channel, because I will be hanging out with my parents for their anniversary, which happens to be January 1st. So instead, I will be streaming Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow, well, actually, today, in a little under 8.5 hours, so at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. I will be streaming Tears of the Kingdom. Then, you can also catch me on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel over there. You can also catch Dawning Winds on that channel as well. Normally, I go live on Sunday mornings at 8:30 a.m. United States Central Time with a water-type only run of Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. I will also be going live on Wednesday morning on that channel, again with Alpha Sapphire, with the Alpha Sapphire water-type run. Hopefully, Snowy will eventually be back on that Twitch channel as well. So I believe that will do it for me for tonight. I know this is a very awkward place to be ending things off, but again, I've been going over I've been over half an hour overtime, and I am going to be streaming again in less than 8.5 hours. So I'm wrapping things up for now. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess. See y'all back here in about 8.5 hours. Oy gewalt.